Hello and welcome to Deathwish Gamer. I'm your host EW and we're here to play some more Wizardry 6 Bane of the Cosmic Forge. So we have a group going. Been quite successful. Only had 2 deaths so far. This is a hardcore run. We are not allowed to save scum. Whatever results may happen. And yeah, I mean we're having a little difficulty with the lockpicking stuff because we didn't take a dedicated thief this time. And let's see. And yeah, so the ranger hasn't been getting enough skill points to get the boost up there high enough to be effective at it just yet, but we are crawling to that destination. So what is our group makeup right now? Well, let me show you. We have our Valkyrie, we have a samurai, a ranger, we got a bard, a priest, and a mage. So far the level 6, close to level 7. So we'll see how that all works out when we get there. And we just defeated the Viper in the pit. So yes, it's time for us to continue. Let's see here. Hazard area. Keep gate closed at all times. Well, it looks like it's open. Oh, shoot. That is concerning. Hope they all cannot use breath weapon. I doubt sleep would work on undead. Alright, I'm gonna use Dispel Undead. I don't know how to handle this. On the front row, Draith is going to cast a high-level fireball at the larger group. Not enough to kill them. Well, we'll kill one at least. Alright, at least 25 points of damage could kill him. Alright, the spell hit. Got 2 of them. I think it's... You dispel, or attempt to dispel 1 undead per power level. I think we have this under control though. Okay, let's use... Might be too much. They do have a breath weapon. It's not too strong. It is starting to add up a little. Alright, we gotta level up. Alright, we're gonna take on armor plates. Let's rest up. Lots of slimes. Be here. Well, let's test it. I doubt slimes could be put to sleep, but let's find out. Let's look. 18 on these. Oh, they can be put to sleep. Okay. Not all of them, but most of them. Let's put them to sleep. I think we just fight our way down on this one. Not bad. Easy cleanup. Ooh, jumped again. Okay. So let's see here. Next to level would be the mages. The back row. Alright. They're not all resisting sleep, but you're starting to see when sleep begins to lose its effectiveness, slowly inching its way. 1 out of 6 resist now. Easy XP. Fortunately, everybody's asleep.
Ow. 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 Ow.
Poison slimes. Okay, we gotta take care of those quickly. I'll deal with the front row. Oh, that was, okay, that was quick.
Ow.
See here. Got some healing to do. Try to get a third sleep in. Ooh, tons of rats. Let's get some armor plate. Terror. Let's see. One group. Hide, use, sleep. Level 2 bless. I don't know how strong these are. Are these the killer rats?
Ow. Ow.
Right? Ooh, rabid rats. I'm sure that sounds like they have poison or disease. I don't know if disease is a thing in this game. I think we can tone it down. If we control the group
Ow.
with sleep. I don't think we need to waste spell points.
Ow.
Alright, we killed the rabbit rats. These should be easy kills. One would think, anyways. Yeah, they're killer rats. There's a lot of misses.
Ow.
Alright. Bar leveled up. And get magic missile. Let's see here, we got hold monster. Conjure. We gotta go with conjuration. Is lightning? No, not yet. Blink, air pocket, ice shield, fire shield, web. Let's see here. We can get fire shield so we can have more fire points. Lots of old bones are lying throughout the lair, and the monster that dwelled here obviously ate very well. You see remnants of things left behind by the victims, all who were probably dragged here against their will. I know rats can drag bodies. Nope. Not much of a challenge here.
Ow.
They're protecting the back row. So the next one to level up is going to be Kai.
Ow. Ow.
I'll just drop a quick fireball to make this quicker. $18 should do it. Most of the debris seems to be rotted junk, but one item appears useful and looks to be in good shape. Minor pick. More rotting corpses.
Ow. Ow.
Guess they're gonna spam that. Got good damage on that one.
Ow.
Maybe too much damage to hit it. Yeah.
Ow.
That's annoying. Huh.
Ow.
Fuck.
Ow. Oh.
You motherfucker.
Ow.
Yeah, this is a terrible group to be ambushed at. They're just attacking the back row. And Fife is still asleep. I'm just gonna cast Blades in the back row. This is the second time the mage died again.
Ow.
It just takes one incident.
Ow.
Right. Oh hell. Don't have resurrection potions. I can at least bring them back and get them the XP.
Ow.
Try to put them back to sleep. Did it not work? I just used a resurrection potion and it didn't work. You gotta be kidding me. I just wasted a almost $4,000 or $4,000 gold potion that can't work in combat. That sucks. Yeah, it got used up. Thank you, game. Let's rest up a little. More of these. Alright, let's test if we can sleep these. I don't think we can, but at least they can be a test subject. Oh, look at that. Okay. Never assume anything, I suppose. Alright, there's the level for the ranger. We got selections here. The samurai didn't low? Huh. Guess the ranger needs less. Scattered bones tell the tale of some poor fellow who wandered a little too far from safety. Searching through the scattered bones, you uncover an interesting key. Got all of it? I guess so. Inspecting the wall, you detect traces of a recent excavation and subsequent replacement of stone. It looks as if someone dug a passage and then covered it back up. Alright, what is this? Let me pull up my notes. That's not my notes. Okay. Alright, so we got the letters N, Y, A, N, R, R, and E, G with a possible R. It's not Prismatic Missile. It has two N's, it has two R's. It has the Y, has an E, has the A. Energy Drain seems a very possible option here. In fact, that's the only option. Male Mittens. You spell undead. Well, what do you know? I need to start using scrolls already. Alright. So, Valkyrie Fighter Lord can use this, so that's an upgrade for her. It's 3 points better than the helmet, which was equivalent to the leather version. We got quite a bit of money now. Tons of jungle stuff. Let's see here. I'll sleep that group. I'm gonna throw blades at this and fire at the other. Kill it with fire, they say. Pretty effective job. I'm targeting Draith a lot. Let's see here. Alright. I'll throw some magic missiles at them. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, samurai leveled up. Let's see here. Guess we'll go with missile shield. That's demanding on me. Stone fallen from a cave-in block the passage through the tunnel. The rocks are too tightly packed together to try and move them by hand. A lot of slimes. I think I pretty much deleted the back row. Nope, there's one left.
Ow.
There we go. Let's get a heal on Kai. Looking down the tunnel, you spy some very strange-looking black women with white masks painted on their faces and carrying long spears and hide shields. One of the women suddenly points your direction, and they quickly vanish into the passage to the left. You are standing at the edge of a wide chasm, which gapes before you as if it were a gigantic bottomless pit. On the other side, you spot a group of strange black women, hurrying away from the edge and hauling a long rope made of vines after them. It's not worth magic on this.
Ow.
Overhead, a cavern ascends up into the darkness below. Bones from many small animals cover the floor, the discarded remains of a winged cave dwellers. Inspecting the scraps of bones for anything of interest, you note that there are shards of tiny metal and bits of glass. Obviously attracted by articles which glittered, it explains how the key lying at your feet was brought here. Ooh. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. Would Missile Shield stop the poison breath? I don't think it would. But I've been proven wrong of things I thought wouldn't happen happened, so I'm gonna go pass it on these, fireball on the other one. I got half of them at least.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Got the front row.
Ow. Ow.
This could be a bit much if they all just spam it.
Ow. Ow.
And spam it they do.
Ow. Ow.
Alright. Let's try to kill off the remainders. Let's get a heal in. I think we won initiative a little. Not enough to kill those, unfortunately. Didn't do anything.
Ow.
Oh shit, she's paralyzed.
Ow.
That's a problem. They're both paralyzed. That's a huge problem. I'll get a conjuration in. See, if I cast another magic missile, that probably will finish off that row. Or I can just be wrong. Oh wait, no, that was Fifus. Yeah, okay, there we go. Let's try to get some healing in, just to keep him alive. There, we got her up. There we go. That was a little concerning. Alright, so we explored all that. Piled in a heap are the old bones of a forgotten prisoner who apparently died in his chains. Searching the bones, you discovered an odd-looking ring on one finger. Upon examining the ring, you see a circle of letters, which reads, Jolly Roger's decoder ring. Strange-looking obtrusions are poking out of the ground along with the base edge of the wall. There is a slight tremor coming from behind it. Suddenly, it leaps out of the wall. Let's get Enchant Blade. Attack the smaller group. Hide. Use Sleep spell. Pass. High-end Fireball. Let's delete them before I have a chance to attack.
Ow.
I mean, this group's gonna have a lot of firepower. We'll just finish the rest with combat. A pile of old bones and rags wait in an alcove, the remains of some lost soul long forgotten. The bones begin to rattle. A gaunt and ghoulish figure arises in a grody voice, rasps, "Got you again, ha ha ha." Actually, let's do melee. Well, let's see if sleep works on these. We're going to dispel them. If not, we're going to blast them with fire. Sleep does not work on these.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Ouch.
Ow.
Ooh, paralyzed. Shit. Oh, dispelled. Alright. High level single target spells, please. Let's just overwhelm them with damage. And that did it. Still paralyzed. Is there anything left? Oh. Only got 1 out of 4.
Ow. 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 Ow.
Starting to stack some damage on.
Ow.
Hi there. How do you backstab a ooze? Well, where's its back? But that's why they're the adventurers and not me. Adventurers. Alright, let's see here. We're at 57k. What's the next level up for Valkyrie? We're level 7. You need 70k. 70k and 400. It's still a bit before we see the next level. Alright, so we made it out of there. Let's heal up. Let's rest up. Come on, guys. Amateur hour. I was gonna say 3 rests was probably all we needed, but it looks like they insist that I rest longer. Alright, we have all our spell power here. He still needs more over there. See here, Deadman's Log. Actually, I think you need to be outside of that screen. Use decoder ring. Oops. Okay, maybe not. Using the pirate's decoder ring upon the scribblings in the book, you are able to read the following passages. Decided to leave the shipwreck as none of the scouting crews have been heard from. Those damn mists. Entry 99. Making headway upstream on a dinghy. Just the 9 of us left now. Morgan is starting to look pale like the others once did. And I suspect he's got the sickness too. Morgan was throwing up real bad this morning, and later today he died. We are all scared because we don't know what's causing it. And I think it may be the food we've been eating. which is mostly rat meat. The next couple of pages are stained too badly to read, but you resume on the third page following. We did see rabid rats, so maybe there is a disease there. Entry 106. The captain says if we try to return to the ship, then we're all dead men. But everyone's getting real spooked, especially because we can't find out why the bodies keep disappearing. Entry 107. Goramon died this morning, same way as everyone else. Now there's only 6 of us left, and the captain say we've got to bury the treasure chest because it's too heavy. I'll be glad when we get off of this damn mountain. Entry 108. Roscoe says he saw a man today on the ledge and he said it was Morgan. But we all know Morgan is dead and maybe we're all going a little crazy. At least Roscoe is, I think. Entry 107. I say Morgan today too. I saw Morgan today too. I think I've got the sickness now, because I know Morgan's dead. His face was covered with blood and he just looked at me. He didn't say anything, but just smiled. I think I'm going crazy. Entry 110. May the gods protect us. We was going down the mountain today right after burying the chest, when this huge monster, I guess it was a man or something, but it stood over 12 feet tall, and he just picked up Roscoe and bit off his head with only a single chomp, and then he spit it out and laughed, and we all ran to wherever we are now. We're lost, and that's sure. But the captain says best to keep moving. Entry 111. We're almost down Giant Mountain. At least that's what I call it. And there's some kind of huge gorge with bridges and ropes tussle all over it. We can see a bunch of men from there. And it looks like they're mining for something. Entry 112. We're going to try to talk with the dwarf men and see if they can help us. The ink is barely legible on the few last words, and the remainder of the logbook is blank. Remembering the skeleton where you found the logbook, it is clear that the dwarf men didn't help too much. Can you wear the decoder ring? You could. Why not? Yarr. Okay. Alright, we're ready? Hey, Mr. 5 Goal, what's up? We was going down the mountain cuz... Yep. So that's what you do. Let's see here. Okay, so now we know where he buried his treasure. Then we go... The barracks full of broken cots. Well, we've been here before, so I'm not reading it again. Do you have stuff to sell? Quarterstaff, buskin, gauntlets. Put on the OST for Wizardry 6 for NES. Alright, let's see. I never actually heard the NES OST. Let me see here. Wizardry 6 SNES OST. Alright, here we go. Give me 1 second, guys. To get this to go. Application. Let's get the desktop music. Where are you? I heard good things about the original or the Super NES OST for Wizardry 6. But we'll see. Okay. That's the one I looked up before, Lo. I see. Alright. Oh yeah, I was supposed to talk to him. Trade. Or not trade. Talk. Password. I'll tell you the password, but first I need information. Where did the captain bury his treasure chest? Giant mountain. Oops. Giant mountain. You gotta spell it right. Giant mountain, of course. I should have known. Oh yes, the password is Skeleton Crew. Alright, let's get ready. Captain's Den, no trespassing. A slot opens up on the door, and from behind it, a guttural voice mutters, "What's the password, matey?" Skeleton Crew. Alright, come on in. Alright. Let's get ready for a rumble here. Thick smoke fills the air inside this mangy den, and huddled about each of the tables, clutching a bottle of ale or a steaming brew, is the wildest gang of thieves, rogues, brigands, pirates, and cutthroats ever assembled under a single roof. As soon as you enter the room, action grinds to a halt, all eyes rivet out into you, and a deadly silence ensues. Glancing at each of the tables, it is amazing how much you can notice within a single second. A pile of gold coins, the faces on the deck of cards, even the chip on the corner of a set of dice. All this and every little detail of every nasty face staring at you as well. In the odd moment you have before you, you think you are going to die, something about the situation will stand out as if to tell you a secret or solution to your impending demise. It is just such a moment, and you cast your gaze across the room, away from the faces and stink and smoke, and you behold a curious sight. Mounted behind steel bars, erect, sporting a twisted smile come grimace, is the preserved figure of a man dressed in scarlet tailcoat, white ruffled shirt, blue knickers, and black tricone hat, and wearing locks of black curly hair 2 feet long. It isn't the black patch which covers the eye, nor the stuffed green parrot on top of his shoulder, nor even the odd expression that haunts his queer face which holds your attention. It's that upon his right arm, just where a hand should be, there protrudes a polished hook made of bright steel. It is all the time for a revere you have, for suddenly a great big fat stinking greasy pig of a toad stands up to you and belches. I, Captain Matey. I've asked ye swabs, we don't cotton to no strangers unless they prove themselves in some kind of mortal contest. Round here we got two ways of contest. The old-fashioned way being fighting, and they more civilized way, which is of course drinking. Alright, well I go with the way I know best, and that is the way of murder. So be it. Let's get 'em, boys. That's a lot of people. We got rogues in the back. Going straight for Captain Matey there. Cast high level shield on herself. She's gonna hide. No, I need as many targets available to distract the opponent. FIFA is going to sleep the second row. No, the back row. I can't tell if they're scallywags. Alright, we're gonna cast High Level Bless. Gonna cast Think Bomb on Matey here.
Ow.
I should have saved just in case it crashes. Because it looks like it's struggling. Alright, sleep went out. Got one of the three. Alright, got one nauseous captain. Two.
Ow.
Alright, got 8 in on you. Nope.
Ow.
Got Bless up.
Ow. Ow.
Okay. The rogues in the back didn't do anything, so I guess they don't have spellcasting abilities. Okay. That's Terror, the captain. And then I'm going to poison. I'm going to sleep the second row. Conjure some enemies for them to distract them with. Already stink bombed. It's just pure damage up to this point. Alright, let's... In case they are spellcast, I'm going to delete them anyways. Alright, one's asleep. 2. 3 out of 4, that's good. There goes the fireball. It didn't kill them. I'll use Dawn to finish that off. Oh, he can't be terrorized. He gags helplessly. On my dick. Fizzle the poison? How do you fizzle? It's not even oratory. We summon 3 gargoyles. Oh, they all these pirate types. Oh no no no. Yeah, they are pirates. Okay. Keep at it. Keep putting pressure on him. Deontay's gonna hide. And I'm just gonna cast high level bolts at the captain. Actually, I'm gonna cast high level shield on Astrid. I'm gonna cast heal on Kai spell. And there we go. Her AC should be insane right now. Oh, I do have high level bolts with the samurai too. They're attacking the gargoyles. That's good for us. It's exactly what they're there for, just to steal attacks away. This music's interesting. This is sounds like what it sounds like when you open a chest or something. Alright, gargoyle cast slow. Alright, keep at it. Spell, level 12 bolts. And I'm gonna cast this over there. High level chill touch. Oh, unaffected.
Ow. Ow.
Ooh. Is that a level up? Or what?
Ow.
Sounds like town. Oh wait, there is no town. This is a different game. Oh, it's Wizardry 6.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Damn, they're going hard on Deontay here. Alright. This music. Alright, I'm gonna cast high level heal on Deontay here. I'm gonna cast another stink bomb on the captains. Damn it, he's resistant.
Ow.
Don't do it! Don't you do it, you son of a bitch! Okay, we got the heal in time. There we go. Noxious again, at least.
Ow.
Damn, he's still hitting me. Someone hit him, at least. With the spell.
Ow.
Okay. We're running out of magic here. I'm gonna cast slow on him. Just gonna go all out. Oh, actually, let's kill off the back row. Alright, Kevin, it's just you and me now. Unaffected. We slowed one of them. Nice, attacking the gargoyles. Killed one of them. Alright, it's just brawling now. Can't resist that, can you? Alright, he doesn't seem he's resilient to the magic category.
Ow.
Alright, not bad. 5k. That felt like more. These are all outdated clothes. Fighter, Thief, Bard, Valkyrie, Lord. This is music. I forget that she has fairy dust in her inventory. And none of that's important. Inside the gate stares the preserved corpse of a hooked-handed pirate. It looks even more Maccabee up close. It doesn't have the same atmosphere as it did earlier. But okay. Apparently the gate was locked with good reason. When you touched the body, it disintegrated into a pile of ash and bone, leaving naught but a coat, a tricone, a stuffed parrot, an eye patch, and of course, the sinister steel hook. Alright, this parrot, what's the... Anybody can use it. I'll give the parrot to the bard. There, now you just have a little parrot on her shoulder. Guess we can use a little rest. So this must be when you're in the dungeon. Encounter? Alright, let's cast Divine Trap. So we got 2 O's, a P, a space, AVRSNU. Noxus Vapors. I can already guess. Oh shit.
Ow. 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 Ow.
At least it didn't kill anybody. Poison bomb? Wrong area. All right. Where is this? Giants fixed battle 2. Just lower it a little. Alright, well anyways. Let's go ahead. I think that breastplate's better, right? -8. Oh, this is -9. Fighter Valkyrie Lord versus Fighter Valkyrie Lord. No one else can use this. The breastplate's not useful. Alright, so Fighter Mage, Thief, Ranger, Alchemist, Bard, Priest, Valkyrie, Lord, Samurai, and Ninja can use this. I'm going to give that to the Ranger. Oops, wrong thing. Alright. Well, that was an interesting rendition of music. Alright, back to this. actually. Oh, this one little bastard survived. This game really should be remade for today. Yeah, I would say so, but I don't know if anybody would invest in it, unfortunately. It's a very niche game genre. Let's see here. I've got all the cure stuff. Guess the next thing for us to do... Kinda wish I can give the anointed cloak to the Valkyrie, but she's the only one that can use the Amulet of Night right now. Alright, next is to go into the Belfry. Looking up the large well to the top, you see only darkness. On the floor, however, you find the remains of many small rodents and some bits of blood. What appears to be excrement that fell from above. A large blackened bell hangs silently within the top of the belfry, covered with sooty molds and splotches of bat droppings. A long thick rope descends from the bell down into the well, and is and used to ring it by holding on and jumping in. It also appears to be the only way across the well. The bell has disturbed the denizens of the belfry. We did get it across on the first try. I still need more spell points. Whoa. That is a sentence right there. IGDENRNYRE. That's energy drain, isn't it? Yeah, it's only energy drain. I'm gonna have to disarm this. A trunk contains a coil of the long, heavy bell rope, which appears to be quite strong and useful. Okay, so who's gonna carry this heavy ass thing? It's 56 pounds. Barry can't. Maybe Drace. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. I gotta use up his scrolls already. Fizzle.
Ow.
Ah, we didn't make the cross. Alright, got 3 points in Scribe. The Diablo stuff is played out? Well, I don't just have Diablo stuff. But okay. Put on Final Fantasy battle music? Nah. I don't have Final Fantasy battle music just on hand. Artifacts 15. I guess if I get someone's artifact at 15, I can give the amulet to them. But there's really no one who has time to allocate points to. Like, everybody has the spell book they have to invest points into. So I kind of wanted a dark fantasy feel. Dungeon synth? Never heard of it. Let's see. Oh, it's just type of category, huh? Well, I have to be careful of what type of music I play. If it's game music, it's fine, because game companies don't strike you for playing it on your channel. But if it's an artist, I can't just put it on my channel. So I would have to pull from like a game that uses that type of music. Like this is from Path of Exile 2, for example. Damn it. I'm just gonna start blasting bats away. Nox Archaeist? Let's see here. Okay. What is this game? Hold on. Looks pretty retro. Nox Arcade is a role-playing game released in December 2020. Well, it's just going with the theme. Apple II. Oh, no, it's not a re-release. Alright, I'll look it up. Give me a second here. Alright, let's see. Nox Arcaeus original soundtrack. Here we go. Now, of course, we're going to get those interruptions because YouTube likes to ask once in a while, are you still there? So, we'll see. Alright, finally got it around. It's like the title screen. Get the levels just right. Let's see. It's a little low now. Alright guys, it's time. Let's see here. The next fight is with the creature, the Hydra plant. That nearly wiped the group last time, so it's going to be a huge risk. Where are we? Okay. Even the hooked rope over the edge, the chasm, you succeed in snagging it onto a sizable boulder. Hanging on for dear life. Oh, okay. Oh, all that. You hear some kind of strange sucking noise from nearby. It's a slurping kind of sound. Alright guys, we know what happens next. Something weird just lies just ahead. It's just sitting there. It seems to be the source of the odd sucking noises. Cautiously approaching the oddity. Oh, uh-oh, it looks at you, hungry. There's only two Hydra. Wait, what? Why is there 5 of them? Did it just glitch or something? Because last time it was just one row of Hydra plants and a bunch of jungle plants. I think I might have to hide. It randomizes? But the Hydra plant's supposed to be a boss, right? Like, it's only supposed to be the one row. To have all 3 Hydra plants, that's absurd. We're gonna have we have to conjure something. This is not gonna go well for us. And it just starts off with one of these. So we're screwed. In old school D&D, all encounters are randomized by dice rolls. Yeah, but this isn't quite the same. I'm not gonna get conjuration off, am I? Like, we're gonna get crowd trolled to death. And there's nothing you can really do about it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I know, I'm familiar with it. But it doesn't, like, not everything's randomized, obviously. Like, when I fight a boss, the boss is there. It doesn't have four other bosses because it can randomize the group.
Ow.
Guys, just gonna spam and we're never gonna get an action. So essentially, you just have to be lucky that you do not get three groups of Hydra plants. I bet I can't even run if I wanted to. The mob is randomized. Well, this is a special event mob. It's not randomized. Like, you go into the event and it guarantees a Hydra plant. It just, yeah. But the other groups typically aren't more bosses. Like, when you fight, let's say, the Dark Savants, his additional groups aren't
Ow.
more Dark Savants.
Ow.
Well, the problem with that, though, is that it kind of makes this impossible to do
Ow.
via skill. Like, you can't. It doesn't. It's the same game series, the same developers. Oh, okay. This makes like the whole trying to do this with no deaths. I mean, not obviously no reloads. Like, this is going to be a big filter because you either get one group of hydro plants or you get a bunch of groups of hydro plants. One group nearly wiped my whole group out last time. Well, anyways, yeah, it's just a problem because you best like I don't think I can win this no matter how good unless you're immune to sleep, which you can't achieve. There's really very little I can do other than hope and I get lucky on the roll. I don't even get a first chance, so I can try running. I just doubt it will work. And they're to hit probably really high. Well, the problem with that, like, yeah, sure, but I think that seems absurd. Then why bother giving you resurrection potions? Why bother giving you amulets of life when everybody's just gonna save scum? Like there had to be some intention to play through. No, Deonta got in the shadows. All I can really hope for is that they tire themselves out.
Ow. Ow.
You're not missing though.
Ah.
I think this might be the only fight that does that, right? Where you can get multiple. Let me see here.
Ow.
And already someone's paralyzed. A lot of CRPGs were hard to sell strategy games guides. Also, save scumming was a lot harder then because you have to save saves on discs. It didn't save on hard drives till later. I can. We can just keep trying to run. That's all I can say. Apparently, these are. I think the problem is that these are noble monsters. From what I'm reading, I just looked it up because I needed to understand why they would allow this. And it's because these are just typical monsters. This is probably just a normal encounter at the pyramids. And so it's not technically a boss fight.
Ah.
It would be said that the only way to do this is to grind heavily before fighting the Hydra plant. Yeah, but the backup is not multiples of the bosses. Like, yeah, sure. Like the matey, Captain Matey didn't have scallywags this time. That's fine. I expect the variety in the minions. That's not the problem. What is? How is this an OST? It's more like, well, that's exactly what's happening right now. I'm sure. Well, that's what I'm saying. This is not a like Captain Matey is not a recurring enemy. That's the problem. And I guess they just use an encounter from the jungle or the pyramid. I mean, soundtrack. I guess it is a sound, so it's on the track.
Ow.
To to grind to level 14 would be
Ah.
agonizingly slow.
Ow. Ow.
The only other method I can think of that could make this work was that I were to multi-class into stealth characters. Now, not air because of how fast our initiative is. There's no way everybody's going to be able to escape the mist and hide in time. But enough people could, and then once in that stealth position, I can bombard them with spells that won't reveal my location. That's the only way I can see this could work without reloads. Or I just get lots of items and just spam scrolls and fire bombs and hope that's enough to kill them all. That's a lot of money too, though. And I have to keep. Well, yeah, I could. You can try fireballing. That's probably their lowest resistance, but they have resisted some fireballs. So I think they're probably super immune to water effects. So there's that. If I doubt I can ever run, but if I can, I think that once you have the encounter, it can never encounter it again. Another thing I could do is just move it from expert to normal. That way there will only be 4 hydras instead of 7. Well, yeah, I've been saying that you can counter it. That's why this is they just took the encounter that you can have in the pyramid and put it here. And give it a 4 tries or something. Now my rogue was able to finish this by one-shotting her attacks on the hydras and the jungle plants. And by one shot I mean that she killed them within the span of her attacks before it could reveal her. But there's no way I'm going to be able to pull that off with the ranger. Okay, so we're going to have to... There's no priest class, or, no class with the priest spell book that has stealth. So the priest is just going to have to jump into a class that has a different spell book. I think it's resistant to earth spells too. Well, the thing is, like, up to... And I guess it was just lucky that the first time I encountered the Hydra plant, that it only was one group of Hydra plants and a bunch of jungle plants after that. I was able to beat them, so I feel like it was possible. Well, bishops don't get stealth. That's the problem. I need to be able to get my mage and priest stealth. Because if they can't stealth, they're not going to survive this encounter. Essentially, like, everybody's going to have to stealth to avoid the miss effect. And then we're all just going to barrage them with spells. Alright, one more. Do another try here. So the Valkyrie and Ranger kind of have similar stat requirements, so jumping from one to the other may not be too hard. Let's see, the fairy, the bard, she can easily switch between thief and bard. In fact, they can do it at level 1. The fairy's base stats is good enough to where they can just switch naturally between thief and bard. So I'm not worried about that one. The mage will have to switch to samurai in order to continue progressing in their spell book. Well, they can also do bard. No, it has to go to a stealth class. Yeah, it has to be bard. He has to switch to bard to get stealth. Then he can switch back to mage if he wants to. Yeah, there's no way I can do this without class changing. The samurai, same thing. Have to switch to bard temporarily. Or monk has stealth too, right? Any of the stealth classes honestly would work. I have to look at the stat requirements for these classes and see which one would be the easiest transitions in between. So the samurai, I mean, we got the monk, ninja, rogue, thief. You don't want to switch to thief because of how little stat requirements. That would really wreck my stats. I guess it won't be too big of a deal for the bard. The bard's the only one that can probably just stay on her class and not care. The ranger could also stay. The ranger's fine where she is. Because she gets stealth already. But I guess we can start the bard, I mean the ranger off as a thief so I can have the skullduggery skill competently high enough and then switch to ranger. Let's see here. I think that's it, right? I just have to worry about the Valkyrie, the samurai, the mage, and the priest. I can see a priest. You know what? We're going to keep it themed. We're going to switch the priest to a monk. Because they're both religious characters. Or classes. The samurai can switch to a ninja. The thief can switch to a ranger. The Valkyrie, that one's tough though. I can't. That one doesn't really fit any of the other schemes. Valkyrie can go ranger, I guess. I don't know. Oh, the mage. Yeah, I don't know what the mage can be. That would make thematrical sense. It sounds more like Renaissance music. Like I can expect this music in a Renaissance fair. Alright, this is my fourth try. What's crazy, when the rogue killed that group, she got like 30,000 XP. If I was able to kill this group, how much XP would that be? Oh man. Probably like 90, no not 90, probably like 80k. The music volume's too low. Oh, you know what? Because I have it muted. It's going off my mic. Alright, try number 5, and that's it. I think that's the only thing about this fight, compared to the normal fight, is that you're not allowed to run. Alright, so... Alright, here we go. I think we fireballed the Hydra plant here. Oh, and she failed to even penetrate it. He's dead now. I would say this, the thief was really good at attacking from shadow. She got 3 attacks per attack. Or 3 swings per attack, if that helps visualize that. and she got 2 attacks per round. All right. A little loud. Hold on. Let's see here. Hold on. Here's my OBS. Okay, so right now, give me 1 second. Let me rename this. Okay, so this is where my notes were, by the way. Just so y'all, if y'all were wondering what the hell was I doing in the background. These are all the items I ID'd so far. I was just keeping track of that. But anyways, okay, so we had our Valkyrie, we had our Samurai, we had our Ranger, Bard, Priest, and Mage. The Priest. Okay, well, let's look it up. Just so I can save time here, try to figure it out. The stats. Wizardry 6 classes. I might start the front row with just fighter. That way I have more ability to maneuver their stat points at this level 1. Okay, here we go. Okay, so obviously fighter just has a strength of 12. Let me see here. Strength 12. I think what you got a what's the stat order? Strength, intelligence, piety, vitality, dexterity, speed, and personality. Alright, actually, no, that's Mook. So you have Mage, which is a 12 intel. You got a Priest, which is Piety 12. And a Personality of 8, it looks like. I didn't know about that one. That's gonna make the... Well, I didn't run the Dwarf this time, but... Let's see here. Thief is 12 dex, 8 speed. Then you got the Ranger, which is 10 strength, 8 intelligence, 8 piety, 11 vitality, 10 dex, 8 speed, 8 personality. Requires lots of stats. Seeing how humans are kind of like average out like that, a human ranger might be the easiest jump around. Alchemist. I don't even know if I'm going to mess with this. Let's just focus on the classes I wanted. We got the Bard. which is an int 10, 12 dex, 8 speed, and 12 personality. Psionics, not gonna mess with that. Valkyrie, that's a 10 strength, 11 piety, 11 vitality, 10 dexterity, 11 speed, 8 personality. I'm not too concerned with Bishop, honestly. Lord is, I guess, a possibility if we bring the dwarf back. 12, 9, 12, 12. Bigger stat requirements. Yeah, that one's going to be a bit costly to do. Samurai. Now that one's also going to be kind of hard. The Sam, 12, 11, 9, 12, 14. Honestly, the fairy probably has an easiest time switching to... Well, no, the strength is probably the hardest thing to accommodate. Missed that up. The only thing it doesn't need is piety. Hold on. Try Bishop. Bishop is good after you primary a first stat. Like if you are mage, then go into Bishop. If you're priest, then go into Bishop. Because what you end up gonna do is you get a limited amount of skill, like thaumaturgy, alchemy, theology, and what's the other one? Psionics. Those all are skills that can only be put up with skill points. So if you start off as a mage, all those mage levels, the skill points go into thaumaturgy. Then you go into bishop, then you keep all those thaumaturge points, and then you can put all the bishop skill points into theology so that you can be good at 2 schools. But if you go bishop, you're going to be half-ass in both, is pretty much what I meant. I always... Originally, I did play with a bishop. I didn't start off as a bishop, but I always multi-classed my priest into bishop because I felt like that was kind of like the higher level of priest. But anyways, I just don't think it's a good starting class. Let's see here. Then you got monk. 13 strength, 8 intelligence, 13 piety, 10 dexterity, 13 speed. I missed something there. There's no vitality requirement. The strength is the biggest. Damn, why do they need so much strength? More than a fighter? I probably would have done that differently. Ninja. 10. I guess they have piety. A lot of vitality. Dexterity 12. Speed 12. No personality required. Okay, so that's what we got to work with, right? So yeah, if you look at this, the Valkyrie and Ranger are pretty similar stat requirements. I think transitioning to one to the other would be rather easy. Wait, I did that wrong. Hold on. I was like, why do they need 19s? Ninja is just a high requirement no matter what, but if starting piety is like an 8, then I can see samurai being somewhat close to just meeting those requirements. Monk is also kind of close. So let's see here. These are our stealth classes: Thief, Ranger, Bard, Monk, and Ninja. Now, we don't want to multi-class into or changed into Thief because the low stat requirements would just butcher our stats. So any of these would be fine. Sorta. Bard is a little... Bard will be okay for the mage to switch in because it still has a decent intel requirement. They only have to be in it long enough to get the skill requirement and jump back into their original class. Okay. So essentially, once we get to the mines, we're gonna have to multi-class. Like once we get level 8, we have to change classes. Now I've kept... It's not on this log. Got lots of... Where's my notepads? So I was monitoring like the growth of the characters over 6 levels. It seems like you can kind of expect maybe 1 stat point per stat. Some classes got really good skill ups. Some characters just really focused on one. But I'm kind of like dependent on them meeting those stat requirements. Now, you do also want to start off as a mage or priest for your major spellcasters because the mage and priest has your best mana regen or magic regen in the game. And your mana regen or magic regen is based off once at the start of the game. So once you have your magic regen, that's it throughout the entire game. You can't change it ever again. So that's why if you want a really high magic regen, you gotta start off as either a priest or a mage to have at least that stat. I think Psionic and Alchemist probably also do too, but that's what I remember reading. Okay, so... The Bard is the only one that really doesn't need to do anything. The Ranger's fine too, but the Ranger could start off as a... I think this is what we're gonna do. Our Thief... We're gonna start off with the Thief so we can have good skullduggery. Then it's gonna transition into Ranger. And we'll start pouring points into Alchemy. I think we only go... It's probably best not to spend too many levels in Thief because Ranger has, I think, a better attack reduction or, you know, attack values and better hit points per level. So switching to Ranger soon would be good. Maybe. There's also the option to not even bother switching Thief. Thief can go into Ninja. I can see a Thief switching to Ninja, but... but I won't have the clothes. Ninja is such a high stat requirement. That's why I don't really want to bother rolling up thieves. I mean, ninjas. So our Valkyrie can go from fighter to ranger to Valkyrie. That way you get the good hit points of a fighter. Or should I just start off as a ranger? Because fighter has good hit points. I mean, ranger has good hit points too. And just go into Valkyrie to get the equipment and the healing spells. I'll just say this is Astrid. What did I name our thief ranger? Is Deonta? Fight for the bard can just stay a bard, honestly. That's the one character. Well, yeah, no. Is there anything that's close to bard stat wise? Because it wouldn't be terrible to switch to a high hit point class for a little while. There really isn't, because of that strength score. A female bard, a female fairy bard is going to have 3 strength, making any of the fighter classes extremely difficult for them to get into. A ranger would make sense. I think once you're ranger, a fairy ranger, going in, you can jump back to bard with no difficulty. I guess you can say the same thing about Valkyrie too. They already have the speed associated with it. But you got the priest. I would like the priest, which is Dawn, to transition into monk, because that just sounds what a priest would do, right? They went to a monastery for a little bit. And they'll be good with quarterstaffs. And then you, if you want, you can go into bishop later. But I have to look at the stat comparisons actually. The monk doesn't need high intel. That's going to be the hardest part, is getting, because you need 15 intel and piety to become a bishop. So that's probably going to be the biggest barrier to that transition. You prefer early bishop? Well, I would, if I was to do a bishop, it would be alongside a mage and a priest. Like, it would be the third spellcaster, because I'd rather have a dedicated priest and a dedicated mage. And the bishop will pick up all the miscellaneous spells that are useful to me that I couldn't put on my mage or priest because they had to focus on specific spells. You get this heavy metal music now? Alright, so we got Draith the mage. There really isn't. It has 8 personality requirement for mage. No, that was priest. Where's priest? What happened to priest up here? Oh, I see what I did. That's what it should have been. So, yeah. Hey, what happened here? If I just want the mage to stick to mage casting classes, mage book spellcaster, it would be bard to samurai. We're missing a character here. If we do keep, I mean, if we do the thief to mage. Oh yeah, we had this originally a samurai, Kai. So she could start off as a fighter. She can go, or she can start off as a samurai. Transition into ninja, because that sounds like somewhat adjacent. And go back to samurai. The middle dip is just for stealth. That's pretty much what that is. So we got to figure out how to get samurai to ninja, which really all it requires is this vitality investment. That should be really easy to do. Alright, so if we look at the races, which ones will make it the easiest to transition with? So you got human. Here, let me just steal this real quick. Is this Skyrim music? I guess we finished the OST. Okay, so you got human. They have 9 strength, 8 intelligence, 8 piety, 9 vitality, 9 dex, 8 speed, 8 personality. With elf, you have the 7th strength, 10 intelligence, 10 piety, 7 vitality, 9 dex, 9 speed, 8 personality. Dwarf starts with 11 strength, 6 intelligence, 10 piety, 12 vitality, 7 dexterity, 7 speed, 7 personality. That's really going to hurt them acquiring these later classes. These 4 at the end here. Hell, it makes it hard for the Valkyrie, especially the Bard. Really, it makes it hard for any of these. It makes it easy for them to get into fighter. It makes it easy for them to get into priest. In fact, they can just be priests and fighters No, that's vitality. They can almost be priest, almost by natural nature, and almost fighters. They make terrible mages. All right. Let's see here. Gnome. Gnome has 10 strength, 7 vitality. I mean, 7 intelligence, 13 piety, 10 vitality, 8 dex, 6 speed, and 6 personality. Ugh. Easy to make a priest. Which points you can then spend into the lower ones, but... Yes, I was gonna make a gnome priest, but the speed is so low, they're so slow, that I felt like they'll never get a heal off in time to save anybody. So that's the biggest crutch with the gnome. The hobbit has 8 strength, 7 intelligence, 6 piety, 9 vitality, 10 dexterity, 7 speed, 13 personality. This is not great. Not for what we need them for. It meets the personality for monks. And the extra dex... No, wait, that's speed. I'm looking at speed. Yeah, that's just... Bard is really the only thing that personality really helps with. Other than that, they don't make great anything else. Of course, we have our fairy. I'll just put it up here for prosperity. Wait, did I wrote that wrong? And you got lizard. We're not going to even bother with lizardmen because they have a penalty to mana regen. So not going to bother with that because all our characters are going to have spell casting of some type. A Dracon has 10 strength, 7 intelligence, 6 piety, 12 dexterity, 10 intelligence, 8 speed, 6 personality. Then you got the Felper. I'm not into the whole furry stuff, so that's kind of why I don't really mess with these. 10, 7, 7, 10, 12, 10. You can do something with that, the Felper. That's the cat people, right? Got the Raw Wolf. 8, 6. Wow, terrible intelligence. 12, 10, 8, 8, 10. Then you got the Mooks, which is a Chewbacca in my opinion. 10, 10, 6, 10, 7, 7, and 9. Oh, dang. A lot of work here. Alright, let's see here. So, if we were to look at the transition between these two classes, right? So let's take Kai, for example. Let's see. Piety, vitality, dexterity, speed. I will put speedy for up here for some reason. And personality. I'm not gonna worry too much. Anyways, samurai and versus ninja. We're just gonna put them side by side here. 12, 11, 12, 9, 12, 14, and 8. Ninja is 12, 10, 10, 12, 12, 12, and nothing. So a transition of a samurai to a ninja will require +3 vitality. That's it. That's all the requirements for a samurai to enter ninja. So when we make our samurai, just give them more vitality. Now, let's see here. Humans start off with a base of 9 vitality and 8 personality, so those are met automatically with human. Elf is not a best choice for samurai. Yeah, I think a human samurai is probably one of the easier ones to achieve, because you already knock out personality and vitality requirements at the start. Now, if I made these, if they were females, of course they lose 2 strength, gain 1 personality. Which there's not a whole lot of classes that need more personality. That's kind of unfortunate. I don't really care for how they did that. It didn't really help out female characters in this. Let's see here. So if we make this a human, nine, eight, eight, eight. No, 9, 9, 8, 8. Now the stat requirement for that is +3, +3, +4, +3, +6. Speed is the biggest barrier of entry there. If we were to do fairy, because for some reason I was able to make fairy samurais somewhat easy. So I'm wondering why, despite the, the low strength score already. So for a fairy to be a ninja, you have to get +7 strength, +6 piety. Can't spell piety right. +3 vitality, +2 dexterity. Already meets the speed. So what's this total? Hold on. So overall you need 6, 10, 13, 19 to get a human samurai. For the fairy, 7, 13. It's actually cheaper. 7, 13, 16. It's actually 18. It's 1 point easier to make a fairy samurai than it is to make a a human samurai. Now, what about the other races? It's interesting. Now, if we did do the fairy, right? Because I did like Shea. Shea was pretty badass. But they're gonna have, like, if you make the samurai, you already have the strength requirement, so you don't have to worry about getting it back up to 12 after the fact. The vitality is the only thing. If we have stat points left, putting points into vitality is the best thing to do. Hoping that you get the boosts along the way. Let's see here. And if it's a female, then you need 1 extra point. Well, actually 2, because you lose 2 strength, and the personality isn't going to help you at all for achieving the stat. I did the math right? Let's look at Elf real quick. $11, $6, $10, $12, $7, $7, $7. Alright, so from the bat. Oh, they have. No, that's wrong. What did I look at? I looked at Dwarf. 7, 10. Well, you know what? Let's look at Dwarf then. Sure. Why not? So for a dwarf to be a samurai, you need 1 point there, 5 points of intelligence, 2 points of piety, it already meets vitality, 5 points in dexterity, and 7 points in speed, and 1 more point in personality. To achieve that, you're looking at 6, 8, 11, 18, 19, just as much as a human to become a samurai. So let's look at Elf. Honestly, because the stats of the samurai are so high, the differences in races are probably so they're all underneath the requirement of samurai that it doesn't really matter which race you pick to be samurai, because the bonuses and versus penalties equal out regardless. But let's see here. Oops. Okay, so to make an elf samurai, you need 5 strength, 1 intelligence, 2 piety, 2 vitality, 3 dexterity, 5 speed. And to accomplish that, you need 6, 8, 10, 13, 18. So yeah, elf and fairy are the easiest to make into a samurai. Five, 6, 8, 10, 13, 18, yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, so if we were to make our samurai, class change him to ninja to get stealth, and then switching back to samurai. That would be actually the transition from ninja to samurai requires 1 intel, 2 piety. That's accurate. Yeah, they need 12 piety and 2 speed. I think a ninja will get the speed rather easily. In fact, the fairy has 14 decks, so when it switches to ninja, it will automatically have 14 decks. So meeting samurai, getting back to samurai would just be as easy. Hold on here. Let's see. Yes, I'm still watching. So yeah, I think the fairy samurai would be the easiest back and forth classes that they can achieve. Man. All this. Okay. So does the thief, let's see. What did I do with our original? Let's see here. Review Shea. So if Shea, where's the fairy? Vitality 9. She just has the minimum. Wait, how do you have piety of 6? Does samurai not need piety? I went to the classes. I thought they were first. They don't have a piety score. So actually that is the toughest barrier of entry. Because she only has 6 piety. Did you know when this game came out you could only use humans as characters, and elf and dwarf for a race and class onto themselves? Really? This game? I remember D&D might have been like that. Hold on, let me put something away real quick. Okay. Let's see here. Dungeons and Dragons, I mean. When Wizardry 6 came out, you could only play as human and elf and dwarf, where their other races class were hybrid. Own race class hybrid. Oh, I see. Okay, so that throws things off a little here. So piety was never a thing. So what's the requirements now? So 3, 6, 9, 15 for a human samurai. 7, 10, 13. It's even cheaper. Dwarf 1, 6, 11, 18, 19. It did not get any better. It got higher for some reason. Elf, let's see here. 5, 6, 8, 11, 16 to make an elf samurai. Fairy is still the easiest to make, but you have to throw tons of points into piety so that they can achieve ninja. So CRPGs of the time kinda made D&D what it is today. A lot of online game guides for this game confused Wizardry 6 with other games in the series when it came to mechanics and character creation. Hmm. Oh, man. But once we have... Yeah, once the samurai switches to ninja, the fairy ninja can go back into samurai with no friction. Unless I lose vitality to the deaths. That's the only biggest issue. So, what is the other groups that might have issue? So, okay, we're gonna do fairy samurai. Hold on, I'll be right back. Actually, when I think about it, it might be better to start off as ninja and just jump into samurai later. Because once the fairy's a ninja, there is no bar of entry for the fairy to get into samurai. Now, so what's the difference here? Samurai starting hit points is 2d4 plus 5, and they get 1d5 plus 4. This is what you're looking at. What's the ninja hit points? 1d5. Oh man, they have a lot less hit points. I kind of want to have all the hit points, right? Mana regen is trash. But so is, 1. That's what you can expect. Let's see. Where's the bishop? So the bishop gets good mental and magic regen. The alchemist gets good fire and earth regen with an air with moderate water, mental, and magic. It's ranger. All the hybrid classes have bad regens. The priest, yeah, like the priest, the mage, they all have better magic regens than the bishop. You just don't want to start off as a bishop. For the spellbook division and the starting mana regen. Because once you start off a certain class, you're stuck with those regens throughout the game. Okay. So the samurai was going to take up one of our 3 front row. Oh my god, these guys. Anyways, we want the Valkyrie. Oh. Come on. Okay. So there's the, yeah, so we got the Valkyrie. The Thief Ranger. Jesus, I lost track of all this crap that we're doing. Okay, so I saw this. Got Shea, Samurai, Ninja, Samurai. We'll get the good hit points of the Samurai, switch to Ninja to get stealth, some alchemy, jump back to Samurai, and continue getting the hit point growth. Next. Okay, so I suggested fighter to ranger to Valkyrie. Is that plausible? Let's see here. Alright, let's get rid of this. We already looked at that. We're just gonna have to remember it. Let's see here. This is a... Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's put it side by side. Intelligence, piety, vitality, dexterity, speed, personality. Now, we said fighter, which is 12. Then we said ranger, which is 10, 8, 11, 10, 8, and 8. And then if you want the Valkyrie, 10. They don't need piety? Okay. Vitality, 10. The only thing they need is speed from the Ranger to Valkyrie. Now, for the fighter, to get to Ranger, I could just start off as Ranger too. Which is... Well, if it's a human, let's see here. Human already meets the Ranger speed and personality. It already meets the intelligence. Is these accurate? Let me double check. Yeah, it does need 8 intelligence. And 8 piety. Did I miss that? I think this belonged over here. I don't see a bar needing piety. I think that's probably off. But yeah, the human already meets the piety. It's just the vitality and the dex. If I was to switch to... That actually would hurt it. The Hobbit would not be a good choice. A Dracon... No, the personality is really bad. Wait, they don't need personality? Yeah, they do. What I wrote this wrong? Well, I just forgot it. Well, it just drops to 8 anyways. Like my brain math, it just feels like human's just the easiest answer. A full per... It needs more piety, will need more vitality. I guess, I mean, if we make a fighter, then we just have to put the points where we need them to be to get to Ranger. Once the Ranger, speed is going to be the only thing the Ranger needs to compensate to become a Valkyrie. And that's 3 points there. And the only speedy characters are the Felper and the Fairy. A Felper Valkyrie, huh? A cat Valkyrie. So let's see here. The Ranger starts off with 2d4 plus 5, 7 to 13 hit points. And it gains 6 to 10 on level ups versus a fighter. It's the same. Actually 6 to 10. Where are you? The Ranger has a chance to have more hit points, or starting hit points. 1d4 plus 1. Miss chance per level. 2 to 5. 2 to 5. It's better. It's actually better for me to start off as Ranger. I just have bad gear. So forget the fighter. So yeah, I'll just make a ranger, give myself enough points to switch to Valkyrie, and that'll be it. That's the only thing I'll have to do. So this is how this is gonna go. Astrid's gonna start off as a ranger. Faifa will never change class because she's a bard. Maybe later if we really feel like it, but that crowd control will be very handy. The thief. Maybe we just want them to be something else then. Just make it a straight fighter. Because once we have the thief stealth ability, we get our skullduggery to where we need it to be. We really don't need thief past, we'll say level 3. Then we switch him to fighter so that we can start getting the hit points of a fighter. And it'll level up faster because the fighter has the least amount of hit point requirement. We can switch this to Hugo. Hugo the Thief, who turned fighter. Which, actually, thieves are not the best thing to choose for them. It doesn't matter. Once they get thief, it's fine. Yeah, that would probably be best. We want a character that would utilize all the items. Because as you saw, when we were fighting with hybrid characters, they're either attacking with their weapons or they're casting spells. A character that doesn't have spells to cast can utilize all the items that we could use. So that would probably help deviate skill points into different areas and add a bit variety to Hugo's range of what he can do. Okay, so monk from priest. Priest is pretty close to the... It's the strength, it's the speed, it's really demanding. And then the low end... Well, I mean, bishop is probably not an option at that point. The monk can switch back to priest rather easily if I needed to. The question is, when should I switch? I won't get the highest level priest spells if I stayed monk. What's the class? Unless I start off as monk. There we go. We start off as monk. Switch to priest. That way, we have... It's like they're training to become a priest. And they went to monastery to learn, right? And then finally, they graduated. Then they can start casting holy spells. But I think... Where's the monk? It gets the... What type of spell powers do they get? Alright, samurai, monk. The only thing is I'll be missing out on the reduced AC. Theosophy. So that's the mental spells spell group. I do want to be able to get cast high level free spells. But Bishop doesn't seem like a very reasonable choice to switch to after, unless I pick a race with high intel, which is the thief or the fairy. A fairy monk, could you imagine that? Little feats of fury. Or fist of fury. What's the... I don't have Bishop up here? Well, I'm pretty sure Bishop is just 15 intel, 15 piety. And 8 personality, there you go. Let's see here. So Elf would make it easier to get to Bishop after Monk. But not a whole lot. You need 5 levels of intel boosts to get to Monk. I mean to Bishop. In fact, you need 5. You also need 5. No, I'm looking at Ninja there. 2. Oh shoot. Well, no, if you're an elf, you don't have to worry about the 8 piety. I mean the 8 intelligence. That's fine. It will be 10 automatically. But you need 5 points of intel boost to reach Bishop. And then you'll need 2 points of piety. You already meet the personality for Bishop. I kind of like that. Should I start off as Monk? Where's Monk? Left it again. I'm pretty sure... Well, no. If I do that, I won't have the mana regen I want for my heavy spellcasters. That would be a bad mistake. I do have to start off as Priest. Okay, so let's get that fixed. Let's go ahead and redo Dawn. Great. Let's see here. If we were to just do this, I need enough points to be able to make a monk. So we're just gonna have to keep rolling till we see monk, but go priest and then put the stat points in to make a monk. So this could take a bit. The sad part is I'm gonna have to set whatever hit points I get. This could be a while, guys. Is it close enough though? Let's see here. How close can we get it? Okay, so first things first. What is this side? A monk needs 13 strength. Intel's met. We're 1 point away from the dex, 1 point away from the speed. Everything else is fine, I think. Damn, my cat ate too much and now she's throwing up. Ugh. That's great, Roxy. Okay, so I think we can work with this. I just need 2 particular stats increases. The speed and piety. I would hope that a priest get piety rather easily, but I think it's just random anyways. Alright, so alright, so we have our priest, monk, bishop. Wait. No, we don't. I was supposed to make it an elf, wasn't I? Because we said elf would have the easiest time getting the bishop after monk. Shit. Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna have to delete that. God dang. Oops, I kept them. Just have to wait for a good roll. Here we go. Oh wow, we already have monk, so we can meet that requirement. Let's start off with priest though. Alright, so what did I need to get to monk? No, wrong thing. So that's monk. And we have 1 extra point. I think piety gives you more spell points. So let's just try to get more spell points. That's a good hit point start. So that makes sense. Huh. I never named female elf. Let's call it Ashwood. Rosewood. There you go. Oh, can't have it. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just gonna look up some names here. Or Norse names. Because the mythology of elves is from Scandinavia, if I recall correctly. What the hell is this? Alright, let's try this. Freitas. How's that? Needless detail, right? Okay, so we got our priest. We got our... Do we have our samurai? I think we could try re-rolling her so we can get a higher vitality. Because we need a 12 vitality to get to ninja. Is it easier for a fairy to become a ninja? I could just start... Well, no, because the samurai has more hit points. We want the high hit points to start off with. Samurai, ninja, samurai. Alright, let's try it. Oh, no. I don't want to have two fairies in the group. So if that's the case, the bard's going to have to change. And this one's going to require a lot of points. The bard's never going to change, so that's not a problem. I don't know why I did that. Well, we're getting the hard ones out of the way first, so... Actually, the mage might be difficult too. The hit points are the biggest... I mean, the strength is the biggest obstacle. Here we go. It's pretty close. I don't see ninja as an option. Oh, it's the piety that's also a big issue. Alright, so we just need 2 points of piety, 1 point of vitality. Hopefully that's enough to get us through. She has no karma. Alright, so let's delete Shea here. And... Alright. What's next? So, next we said that we wanted a ranger that turned into a Valkyrie. Do I have one already? That one's an elf. I feel we have too many elves already, so let's keep a little variety. Wait, I think I just saw ranger. Oh well. Okay, so in order to meet Valkyrie, of course I'm just banking that we do get the skill ups we need to get to Valkyrie. I think speed is the biggest barrier, right? Wait a minute. It says I need 10 strength, 11 vitality. Does she not meet it already? That's all she needed. At least, let me look at it again. Oh man, I'm missing some stats here. I think... I don't know. I don't know what happened here. Something happened with the piety, bro. But it's also... Ooh, okay. I only had 3 points to work with. Okay, so I'll need a point in piety and 2 points in speed to switch to Valkyrie. I could just wait till I get a little bit more points, honestly. It wasn't that big of a roll. So it's not like the huge demanding class I'm trying to get into. Of course, if you roll 5 for the starting stat boost, it's good for no one. Jesus, that's twice in a row. Probably off just a little. We can afford that though. Yeah, it's like 1 point of piety, 1 point of speed. I think that in 7 levels, or 6 technically, 6 level ups, those would get 1 point each. It's kind of averaged out like that, so yeah, I'll work with it. Alright. So we got that. Now we need Hugo the Thief. Actually, Alright, Hugo, goodbye. And he just needs that 1 point, and he can become a fighter. Not really hard to do that one. And of course, we're going to start off all in skullduggery. Damn, he can probably pick doors right at the start of the game. Ready to delete Hugo? Okay. So who are we missing? We got our samurai, we got our fighter, thief, we got our priest. Now, what were we doing for the mage? Where the hell is my list here? I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so yeah, I don't need to look at that anymore. Let's see, Bard could be a little taxing because of the personality requirements. All these are kind of taxing. Ranger? That's kind of weird though. We could try making the mage a back row samurai. No, that doesn't make sense. I need stealth. That's what I need. Here's an... Oh, this is something we could have done. But you'll have to deal with the slow spell level of a bard. The mage could have gone to mage to bard. And our bard could have gone from bard to samurai. And we wouldn't have to worry about the whole ninja thing. You'll have the stealth from bard, and then you will have your samurai. You just wouldn't have many hit points at the start. You have to switch from bard rather soon. The only downside, a mage going to bard isn't going to get a lot of hit points. If he went to the samurai, he'll stick to the samurai, the same spell book, but will have samurai hit points. I think we just have to make a back row samurai with the mage. And I know that fairy was the easiest route to getting to a samurai. I just don't want 2 fairy samurais. That seems excessive, and we wouldn't have gear for 2 fairy samurais. And if you want to be a back row samurai with a polearm, you can't be a fairy, so that rules it out. A human samurai is the only logical way for that one. All right. So let's go ahead and delete Drath here. Oh, but the problem is Samurais doesn't have stealth, so there's no point. It has to go into a stealth class. And there's only one stealth class with Mage Book, and that's Bard. How hard is it for Bard to go into Samurai later? Oh, it's gonna be hard. Ranger... If it was an elf, that intel difference wouldn't be too big of a deal. The dexterity might be the hardest part, and the speed. What's a elf speed? 8. Oh man. If we went Felper, Felper has the int. So if you start off as a mage, I'll just have to boost my strength. Piety won't have to go a whole lot. Vitality will have to get boost. Dexterity is what you already have the dexterity for ranger. 8 dex. First, they have. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong creature. Shit. You'll have the speed. I mean, you're pretty close to the speed you need to get to samurai. I'm actually gonna make a cat man. That's crazy. Is there anything I need to know about that race particularly? Like, they don't get a penalty to magic regen, do they? You're not throwing up on the bed, are you? Felpers come with excellent stats and resistances, yada yada. Their sudden vulnerability to water magic in 8 makes them less useful than. But if you are starting a party of the game, it isn't so bad that it can't be overcome. So nothing about mana regen penalties like Lizardmen. It's, I guess it's the viable choice. It already has the stats for Rangers, so we'll just match it. I think it's 10. My bad. 10, 8, 8, 11. That's exactly what I needed. But I cannot die, because then I will lose my vitality and fall out of range. Alright, where's the cat picture? Which, I'm guessing that's the male? I didn't think this was going to happen, but alright, here we are. Oh, Drake changed quite a bit. He went from an elf to a cat. Okay, so we got our mage, we got our priest, we got our samurai, we got our thief fighter. Did we make the Valkyrie already? I think we did, right? Who are we missing? Oh, the bard is the... Well, I have to switch out the bard too. I didn't want 2 fairies. And the bard never changes. Wait a minute. If I switch the bard to samurai... I won't need to go into ninja. I think that's probably the most reasonable decision to make. If I start the samurai as a bard, get enough stat points to have the ability to switch to samurai, go to level 3, doesn't matter. Switch to samurai so I can start getting the HP growth. I have the stealth. Yeah, I think that's the better choice, honestly. Alright, retool. Back to the drawing board on that. Oh, man. Alright, Shea, sorry about this. You know, I'm going through all this because of this one encounter that can really screw you over. God, I hope if I do encounter it, when I get there again, I just hope. We are going to switch it to normal difficulty. I'm going to switch it off. I mean, I'd like the challenge, but it looks like the challenge has exceeded the plausibility of doing this without, like, the random number generator is king, regardless of how good of a player you are. Here we go. So, Bard. And then to get to Samurai, where is it? Get the strength done. The vitality. The speed. We actually have extra points. What? I really don't care where we put it because we're going to switch classes anyways. I'll put more points in vitality in case she dies. That way she won't fall outside the range she needs. Now, did Samurai need... I just want to make double sure before I make this character, and then I realize, oh, you need piety. And now you're stuck with the fairy that can't switch to Samurai. Okay, I went the wrong way. Alright, so Samurai... Yeah, there's no piety requirements. Okay, just wanted to make sure before I committed to this. Doesn't really matter. Let's give her more speed, honestly, so we can get our loot spell off every time. And we'll just put all the points in Thaumaturgy. Okay, so we got our fighter, we got our Valkyrie, we got our samurai, we got our mage, we got our priest, and now I have a new empty slot available to me to make whatever, because the ranger, we didn't need the range. Well, technically, we don't have the alchemy spellbook, but the Valkyrie would have dipped a little bit enough into Ranger to get blinding flash. So, what was our setup before? We actually had the thief in the back row, but that's not a big issue because our thief is now going to turn to a fighter and going to be in the front row. So we have a class I don't know what to do with. Oh, we have a character space we don't know what to do with. Maybe the thief would just stay in the back row. And then the fighter... doesn't matter. Whoever goes in the front row... Wait, was the mage... Well, no, because the The samurai can keep the... Well, if I'm going to have a samurai in the front row, it's not going to play the damn lute. It's going to fight. That's the whole purpose of the fairy samurai, is that it had high speed and it had multiple attacks and procs Kirijitsu more often. So if we're going to have... And the samurai... Wait, what was the mage going to do? The mage was gonna... Oh, Christ. Was it gonna go into ranger and then to samurai? I think that's what we were gonna do. Okay. So we still won't have a bard to spam instrument spells. If let's see what. Let me look at the group real quick. So we got Hugo. He's not going to be there because he's a thief, but we're just adding the people here. Freitas, that's our priest. Astrid, Shea. Wait, what? That's the bard. Oh yeah, we're going to start bard and jump into samurai. We have a ninja? What is the bard's mana regen? It's nothing special. It's whatever, the same as any hybrid. Oops. There's Sonata there for you. I don't know. I don't know what else to put in my back row. Maybe another Valkyrie? 'Cause I know there's like a good polearm at the end. Let's see here. And okay, you know what? Let's take the ninja. Let's take Kira. And she'll be able to switch to Valkyrie rather easily. Then I can use polearms. We'll have stealth. Everything will be just fine. Okay. Yeah, alright. So, after all that deliberation, we can go back to this. Let's see here. The only problem is, of course, these classes, like the ranger doesn't have good armor class. The ninja will okay. Bard in the back. The thief has to go in the front. Man, it's gonna be a little messy. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, let's reorganize these guys. Oops, wrong thing. This is where we last saved, but that group died. Okay, so add the ranger. We're gonna add I guess we'll add Kira, Hugo. Their front rows. This is scary. Shea the Bard, Fridas the Priest, and Draith the Mage. Alright, this is our group. Hopefully they can make it to level 3. I mean, the last group, once we had a Bard in the group, it was rather easy to do, so... Alright, let's do it. Honestly, Astrid and Hugo and Shea could leave their class, Kira too, technically, soon after leveling, just because we're just taking this dip into the stealth classes to get stealth. Approaching the gate with confidence, you know if things get too hairy, you can always turn and run back out. Alright, enough of that. You are in the entrance chamber of the castle. It appears to be empty, and a heavy coat of dust covers the floor. Small scampering noises echo down far distant corridors, a reminder that it is you who are the intruder here. Our front row fighter has a bow. Oops. Neatly inscribed upon the metal face of a chest are these words, "Open me first." Inside the chest are several items and a scroll which reads, "A cure but twice and healing thrice. One life for thee times 7. Neatly inscribed upon the metal face of a chest are these words, "Open me second." Inside the chest are some gold coins, a sword, and a scroll which reads, "Beware the narrow corridors of the mine." Oh, she can't even use... Oh my god. Can anybody use it? Fighter Valkyrie Lord. Oh my god. We're already in a conundrum here. Okay, here we go. It's gonna have to use a staff. Okay. Oh man. Everybody's just gonna hide immediately. Hold on. We're just gonna crowd control them to death. Alright, we're 49 XP in. Nothing's stopping this train. What was Curious Points put in? Yeah, I put points in Skullduggery. Damn, make me wait for that next fight. And I put all Astrid's points into alchemy, right? Okay.
Ow.
I should have healed first, actually. I like how Kira got the hell out of there by hiding. Like, I'm out. You know what? I just realized, after doing all that, I can't believe it hit me now. But the way to stop that mist was the air pocket spell. Hold on. Let me check something. I can't believe I spent like an hour figuring out these stealth class combos when all I had to do was pick up air pocket, and that might stop the hydras from spamming mist on me. Hold on, let me look at something. Did I just figured it out? The whole time? I didn't need to do all that. I just needed to cast air pocket. Oh, my head. The only problem with that is we have to get it off first. If you don't get it off first, it's over. I can't believe. Oh my god. That was it. That was the answer. It's just air pocket. Should I still continue with this run then? I guess we'll just stick with it. But yeah, we're gonna definitely pick up air pocket next time. I wonder if it works like magic shield and magic barrier or missile barrier, that it only has a chance to reduce its effects. If that's the case, then it's not as eloquent as a solution as I'm hoping it is. Yeah, I can't bet on that being the answer. It may help, but it may not save by itself. This is good XP. I can try using it on this. Let's test it out. It's the same effect, right? White mist. Of course, if I let them actually get a turn. Emits white mist, yeah. Oh shit. Man, this bastard killed himself. I'm not even gonna bother with that run. Oh. Alright, this is what we'll do. We'll start a new run, or I'll start a new stream later, but since it's a new attempt, we're gonna have to switch it to a different stream. But anyways, let me think upon this and the practicality of... It's not purify air, it's air pocket. Is it a mage spell? Let me check. That's not what I wanted. Did I close it already? It's a mage and alchemist spell. Can I get more detail on it? Yeah, okay, so this is what it says. Reduces air damage and duration effectiveness reduced by 1/10 each round. Air pocket creates a barrier impervious to fire, which protects the party from air type spells. At power level 1, it's 7.5% chance, 15%. So yeah, it's not going to guarantee it to stop. I think we still have to do the stealth concept regardless. But alright, I'm going to take a break. I'll come back later. I got to take care of a few things and we'll start the new run. And hopefully the mage won't kill himself with the backfire. But there's no promises to that. Anyway guys, I'll see you later and have a good weekend.